Hello. You couldn't see that Calico was pet? What do you mean? Seems visible to me. Hello. Whoop. I accidentally pressed buttons on controller instead of not doing that. Oh yeah, it's depends on the location of Calico, you see. So anyway, hello, welcome. Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker Part 2. I didn't stream on Monday or last Friday because I wasn't feeling well. I think I'm feeling okay enough to stream today. I guess we'll find out. I should also clarify that on Friday I was going to stream Fae Farm because that was the release date of that game. But it turns out that I didn't like Fae Farm very much. It has a major flaw that killed it for me, which is that you can't name your character. It just takes your stream profile name, or your Steam profile name. And for whatever reason, that sort of is a deal breaker for me. And then, like, the limited amount of time I had to try the game before the return window was up, or the refund window was up, didn't grab me, I guess. I heard it has a slow start. Maybe I'll try it again someday if they ever fix that or if it goes on Ultra Sale. Anyway, Sucro is staring at a book right now, as she does. Sucro does like books. Hey, Sucro. It's time for Endwalker. So, last time on Endwalker, we got the Fire Emblem, where we almost... Somebody made the Fire Emblem, and then Fandaniel stole it. And also an elephant friend got sealed away, and that was very sad. But also very, I want to stab Fandaniel with the sword, which is good because that's going to happen eventually, I'm sure. So yeah, we completed one branch of the opening sequence of Endwalker, and now we have to see what's up with the Sharlayan government, I think is the deal, basically. I'm not the best at providing a summary of what happened, but you'll have to take my word for it that some of that stuff is real. We can talk to these people over here. I returned by way of Kite's experimental aetherite, or kit, one of those. Yet I must say it was far less taxing than our first attempt. And apparently we need only ask if we wish to use it again. Now, I'm not terribly eager to repeat the experience, but if you're willing to test your ethereal fortitude for the sake of technological advancement, then who am I to stop you? I guess I don't remember that text at all. Ritra and his alchemists have prepared us for our foray into the tower. What we may accomplish within its twisted halls remaineth to be seen. That Arca Sodra, languish in Telophoroi chains, doth forewarn us of the nature of our foe. 'Tis the gods of Thavnair who will be summoned to thwart us. Yeah. Well, let's talk to everyone over here to remember what's happening. I still don't understand how the vote could be unanimous. What could possibly convince them all to turn their backs on Eorzea? If the Forum is intent on concealing its intentions, then a cursory investigation will avail us little, I suspect. We will need to dig deeper, and with the greatest of care. The process by which Forum members are elected is fair and equitable. Neither wealth nor social standing offers any advantages to a prospective candidate. But fairly elected or not, Master Matoya still found them all to be insufferable. I remember that line. Our tour of the city was a pleasant distraction. I feel more than ready now to tackle the challenges of the day. Alright. Hitting the books. Kryl is intent on uncovering the reason behind the Forum's inexplicable behavior. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. Hello and welcome. And hello and welcome to everyone if I didn't say that already. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Sucro can skim so many dusty pages. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. This might be the area that I didn't go to of Sharlayan. Off camera, I did unlock the Sharlayan hunting, mark equivalent. And I also, grabbed the aetherite that I hadn't seen. Yeah, I think I didn't quite go over here for whatever reason. So welcome back to Old Sharlayan. Today we're going over there for whatever reason. Well, we know what the reason is. There's probably a bunch of people over here I didn't speak to. The studium is home to all manner of debate, though there are some who've taken to recording forensic victories, even betting on who will win and who will lose an argument. The scion of House Leveilleur, who graduated quite a while ago, claimed the most wins and is yet to be dethroned. Giorgio. Giorgio. A name that resembles the word gorgeous in a way that makes me think that that guy would appear in some Eorzean equivalent of Goofus and Gallant from the Highlights for Kids magazine. Sharlayan for Kids. A very popular magazine, I'm sure. So, I didn't go over here. This is where the last aetherite shard I hadn't grabbed was. So what is over here? Let's take a look. Okay. We can repair gear, except I don't need to. There's the House of Splendors over here. Summoning bell. Various people standing around. Permit me to share my thoughts about today's lecture. You see, many people are thinking. Cat with book detected. Also, I guess since this is Endwalker. Well, wait. Since this was after Shadowbringers, more accurately, I guess this is the first time we start seeing Viera in the source, really? Like, in terms of NPCs and whatnot. Because, we saw them on the first, of course. But now we'll be seeing them around here a little bit. Multiple cats with books. Sucro now is jealous and wants a book. Maybe. Maybe not. What? My princess, my queen, so long as I can continue my research with you, I am in bliss. Yeah, alright. I don't know what you're talking about, but that sounds like you need to, focus more on your actual research, probably. There was a hypothetical Viera Sucro at some point. Did I actually put those images on screen at any point? Probably. Viera Sucro is very funny to me. Viera Sucro isn't real and can't hurt you. There's something truly incorrect about Vieira Sucro. But all that said, you can get fairly close in some ways, at least. Also, hello and welcome. This seems like a crafting type of zone, but there's nobody here. What about over here? Searchers meet. Oh, there's a lot of people around here. Oh, this pressure is going to be the end of me. Oh, I hope I find someone who can help soon. Ah, we'll also see Hrothgar around in the source now. Well, there were some Hrothgar in the source in Shadowbringers because of, like, Bosja and also the Gunbreaker questline. Oh dear, am I ever going to find a craftsman for the professor? Sharlayan must be spared. I don't know what you're on about. Oh dear, if only he were around to help me. I guess this is probably all about, like, crafting related quest lines or something. How am I supposed to approach any gleaners for help when the subject of our research remains undecided? Honestly, that man. Hey, it's an Eliepo. Finding a worthy gleaner is proving tougher than I thought. Maybe I'm not suited to this line of work. Many mysterious things are happening around here. My friend doesn't turn up soon. We'll be late for the lecture. He'd have been here 2 bells early if it were one of Professor Mikoto's classes. Oh dear. Well, we have a classroom with a double blackboard. How is this? Can you, like, is there some sort of mechanism for shuffling these two around? I don't know how this is a practical design at all. But there are, like, erasers in various colors of chalk here. That's some attention to detail, I suppose. This side of the chalkboard is where they keep the trans pride colors of chalk. Very good. Yeah, I guess probably magic. I need to remember that magic is a thing that can probably be used. There's something funny about that typo. What's going on over here? I guess I can assume that any group of Sharlayan students is having a lively debate about whatever. Like, that group could be arguing about whether tomatoes are a fruit or a vegetable, for example. Oh, this is the part that's in the trailer. I know this place. Cowards. I'm assisting my colleague in his hunt for research materials, specifically a thesis by Moonbrita, but it's difficult to find any one tome in a library of this size. Reference page? I get it, because they're a page. We apologize for the inconvenience, but the reference desk is currently experiencing an unusually high volume of requests. Please stand by until this issue is resolved. Well, maybe they're a page. That's like the scholar mammoth. You know, this is like the only instance of speaking to mammoth NPCs outside of GG. I think, that I've seen. Oh, were you looking for a specific volume? Only Archons may check out forbidden tomes, but if there's anything else you require, simply say the word. I am rather in the middle of something, so if you wouldn't mind leaving me to my research, thank you. There's so many book textures here. Sucro does like books. You might know this. Are you... Well, it looks like you can levitate a book, unless this is an unintentional animation. I'm just here looking for some tomes I need to reference for my thesis. Luckily for me, if a tome exists, it's almost certainly somewhere in Numenon. You can see from the gaps on the shelves, I suppose, just how many books are being currently read, checked out, etc. I'm noticing that the gaps on the shelves are only on the lower parts of the shelves. There are no empty spaces on the upper parts of the shelves, for the most part. Except for like the smaller shelves, like these ones. But like on the large wall shelves, there's like no empty spots almost above like the lower 7 rows of shelving or so. So how many of these books are secretly just decorative? The scholar mammoths are great. I'm looking for materials on the Calamity of Fire. Do you know of any offhand? Hey, I want to learn more about the Calamity of Fire, too. That sounds interesting. We don't know, like, anything about a lot of the calamities that happened. That would make sense, yeah, for the more obscure books and stuff to be placed higher on the shelves. That would be an understandable way of sorting them. Right, I'm supposed to talk to Kryl. That makes sense. They should let you play as a mammoth, I think. I've said this before, but I think you should be able to be a funny little robot that has somehow gained an unprecedented amount of sentience, sapience, and/or power. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Gubal Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. I agree. The Calamity of Fire was basically everything exploding forever. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Any citizen of Sharlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves, well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Y'shtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alize and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading! I can't believe Sucro's only allowed to read like 1/1,000,000th of this library's books. That's terrible. The Dwemer of Elder Scrolls. Yeah, those are some pretty cool robots. I played a little bit of Elder Scrolls Online, and since that takes place before like every other Elder Scrolls game, I wonder how much of that stuff is around. Because I don't remember like when the Dwarven I was gonna say the Dwarven constructs, but I don't remember when like the dwarves in Elder Scrolls all died. Because there's like one left in Morrowind, I think. They got hit by a plague, I think. Anyway. The story of Sharlayan. I'll read every book. Long, long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived a Rugadan man by the name of Nunkrep. Nunkrep was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nunkrep's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nunkrep wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abalathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nunkrep gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. And yeah, that was the Calamity of Water. I think we knew a little bit about that. The Dwemer vanished because of magic song science? Huh. I don't remember that at all. Sounds like there are various reasons that the Dwemer had some trouble. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan we live in to this day. I guess Sucro's Echo-granted plot vision is only detecting the most relevant books at the moment. Oh no, there's more. There's multiple. Interesting. I hope it doesn't prevent me from reading the other ones when I find the 3 that are required. Roads of Old, the Colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idyllshire. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idyllshire. The book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum or cover the history of the Sharlayan motherland in greater detail. To Sucro's eyes, the entire library should be shimmering. Because book, you see. The voice of a growing city, in a leather-bound tome. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum in which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, But in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the Forum as we know it today conceived and created. Still rifling through materials, are you? Unfortunately, I'm struggling to find just the right tome. Books! God, I love books, says Sucrone. I often think about a My Little Pony Friendship is Magic comic that somebody made somewhere on the internet. Is, just Twilight saying, books, God, I love books. Dear Princess Celestia, I'm so alone. And this set of phrases is like embedded in my brain somewhere due to the pony phase that I had. Blue covered book. I forgot to mention that there was a red covered book was the one about Idleshire, and brightly colored book was the first one we read about the Calamity of Water. Also, hello and welcome, if I didn't say that. Blue covered book. An introduction to the heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. By the way, there's a video game that released recently called Sea of Stars, and I think it's a really good RPG. It might, in fact, be one of my favorite RPGs that I've ever played. And if you like old video games like Chrono Trigger and Super Mario RPG, it's heavily inspired by both of those, and I would recommend it. I'm not sponsored, I just want to tell you that there's a video game I think is really cool. That's all. Yeah. Echo has to hide the rest of the books, that's probably true. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Aleg who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Hey, there's a video game called Earthbound. Oh, you probably know about that one. It's pretty alright. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? Ah, moon jokes. What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which contain details on the forum or mention the history of Sharlayan. I mean, to be fair, that is kind of a big deal reveal in a lot of fantasy settings, probably. Space works in many different ways depending on the setting. Also, I think it's funny how the game is like, this is about the wrong subject, in a way that's sort of sounds like, space is never going to be relevant in Endwalker. What are you talking about? There is a video game called Starbound. That's also true, and it isn't related to Earthbound. There's also Gunbound, which is related to neither of those. I'm sure there's a bunch of other games with Bound in the name. There's a Homeward Bound, which is not a video game unless it is, but that's about dogs and cats. There's probably a movie tie-in Homeward Bound video game, isn't there? I mean, considering the nature of the universe, that seems highly probable. I'm gonna Google it. It's probably on like the Super Nintendo or something, if it does exist. There's a game with the subtitle Homeward Bound. There might be like fan games of it. There's not actually, I don't think, any games based directly and officially on the movie with the dogs and the cat. Weird brain tangent. Anyway, I don't recall E102 Gamma saying this is the wrong room. When I try to think of any line that E102 Gamma said, I just think mode change from the Mario Party-like game whenever Gamma would climb a ladder. Or do anything, basically, probably. Mostly the ladder. As in climbing the ladder. Oh, wow. The title on the spine reads Forever 20 Summers, a well-worn manual. Hello and welcome. We're reading. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? Sucro just looks directly into the camera, nervously. I, too, once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra. I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, ethereological, and arcane viewpoint. This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which contain details on the forum or mention the history of Sharlayan. What do you mean it's a silly book? That sounds pretty important, probably. Time-worn tome. Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the 6th Umbral Calamity, Archon Yunkrep, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the Northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. I think that's just sort of like the prologue of the book. It did say it would talk about it from a number of different perspectives. I think positive thinking is probably like a key component to that person's plan for health, but I don't think it's the sole component. That said, positive thinking and other such health things can be very difficult depending on various mental and physical conditions one might have. So I feel like that's a book that I would probably hate, because it would become increasingly clear that it is written from the perspective of and for various, like, neurotypical, able-bodied, not minority people, without any consideration for all of the other different types of people there could be. This is sort of a tangent, but I have read a self-help book that was basically that. at the recommendation of a therapist once. It was very obvious that this book was written for, like, the most... It was not written for me. Anyway, that was a weird tangent. However, reading that book did make the therapist realize, when I brought my opinions on that, did make the therapist realize how that author was kind of terrible. And she stopped recommending the book, so I think that was a win overall for me. Anyway. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other. A nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. And I thank you for saying that. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin. And the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, and for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. You have gained a fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history in the foundation of the Forum. Head outside to the rendezvous point and await your companions. Well, we learned that Sharlayan was, like, founded on principles of not wanting to do war. So they might not really have They might not really have a lot of means to directly help us against the world-ending threat. But they could at least lend us their knowledge. Because this is not a nation that has, like, fighters in it as much, it would seem. I mean, it does have, like, mercenaries for, like, dealing with threats in the wild and whatnot. They are acting preoccupied. There are more questions to answer, that's true. Time for the gazebo. It's not clear what's going on. Exactly. Yeah, they don't have a military tech tree. That's a good way of putting it. Or a funny way of putting it, or both. Sorry, were you waiting long? Not really, I don't think. The screen faded out and back in, so I don't know. I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kryl should be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final days specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read, a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family's servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thabner. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Oh. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. So, Fourth Umbral Calamity, I guess, was the Earth one, with the earthquakes, and then Fifth was ice, and so on. I guess Corvus is a bird type of word. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? Nod. For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amonis. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. Gasp. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allagan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Valdesian, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisoix, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Sharlayans than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity? What? I don't know words.
Perspicacity.
Perspicacity. The quality of having a ready insight into things, or shrewdness. Yeah. And with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. It is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Sucro. More company should be arriving any moment now. Nod. There are others better suited to poring over old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events. If I can find anything to better inform the Forum's baffling behavior. What else do I know of Corvos? Precious little, I'm afraid. I've not returned since Master Galuf first brought me here. I can tell you that Corvosi rebels still seek to slip the yoke of their imperial masters, though the fighting is far less fierce than it once was. Oh, and they have carpets. Flying carpets. The legends are quite extraordinary. Flying carpets? That sounds neat. Let Sucro read the books. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kryl has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the Umbral Calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarat firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. Leave it to me. My thanks. Now, where to begin? I wonder... Do I happen to... There's probably no way that I have any leftover images of this, but the concept of research papers immediately makes me wary due to my own experiences. In my fields of study that I was in before I dropped out of college, in like psychology especially, one of the key things they teach you about writing research papers is that you need to make the language of them clear and concise and easy to understand to convey your point and your information as easily as you can. People who write research papers ignore this rule. There were some research papers I read. There's another important rule, actually, that's like, correlation does not imply causation. It's a phrase you might have heard before. But there are a lot of people who write research papers and do studies that also ignore that. So basically, like, at least half of the research papers that I read for various reasons in the field basically ignored these two basic rules, and it was so infuriating. And there's gotta be like a billion research papers that the scions here are going to study that are going to have these similar problems. I wish I could have a more direct example. Well, there is a direct example of the correlation causation one. There was an example study in a psychology textbook in the chapter about correlation and causation that made that error, and it frustrated me to no end. It was a study of like college attendance and how that connects to like death rates and like lifespan. And it reached the conclusion that if you attended college, you lived longer. And there's just so many things wrong with that. It's really terrible. Like, with the premise, if you go to college, you live longer, or if you graduate college, you live longer. Think about the people who can't go to college for various reasons, such as health reasons or monetary reasons. Those people, their various other stuff and other factors are likely to shorten their lifespan because they have less income or less money or less health or whatever. And I'm expecting like at least half of all of these research papers to be like that. That was a tangent again. We're on so many tangents today. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I had to deal with when I was studying psychology. Anyway. What do you want to know about the final days, Kryle? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? It was frustrating. A complete destabilization of creation magics. Primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the ether, or the worst kind of phenomena you can imagine. Complete destabilization of their magic was a big thing. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. Yeah, that's basically it. Stroking the egos of the upper crust, for sure. And like, more than likely, their own egos. Probably the people who did that study were college graduates who may have had biases against people who didn't graduate from college. I mean, that I guess is also, me saying that is also kind of making an assumption, but I wouldn't be very surprised if that were true. And that's the thing with the other thing I was talking about with the research papers being not written clearly. There was at least one that I tried to look at in a class where they used so many like they used so much specific terminology and phrasing and stuff that meant absolutely nothing to me who didn't know the intricacies of their field or their study. It was completely unreadable. And I wish that I had that anywhere. There were also some things that there are also some bizarre conclusions and like studies about stuff that used unnecessarily fancy language for things I did understand that was ridiculous. I don't know. There's a lot. I could ramble about college experiences for hours, but anyway. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Istolo surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. What is with the wording today? Promulgated?
Promulgate.
Promote or make widely known. I mean, that's true. I think being in Book Zone is making everyone use their fanciest language somehow. The other thing I studied besides psychology was English, but that doesn't mean I know these words. Yeah, reflexively slipping back into essay writing vocabulary. Gotta increase the character and word count. Gotta fill the pages. In Sharlayan, your essay has to be 5 pages long. Even if you've made your point in the first 3 paragraphs. There's so much wrong with school systems. Help. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Alphino, you can answer this one. Yeah, it was basically everything happening everywhere. Or maybe not. I think you may be misremembering. As I recall, it was more of a gradual spread. Oh. I didn't realize there were wrong answers here. And my memory is not very good. Alizé with an open pizza box? That's pretty funny. The Maritines spoke of a keening sound that rose from the land itself just before a region was visited by catastrophe. We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summoned Zodiark, they summoned Hydaelyn, they knocked Dalamud from the sky. Well, now it's more clear that there's incorrect answers here. But I didn't realize in the last one that there were. Sucro would be one to probably know the answers to this, but I guess I don't. They summoned Zodiark, though. Nod. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart. So many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Vana and her followers, her fellows not had Vana and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. It was Vana, right? That's how you say that? It's been a while. Nod. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're capable of. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? I assume this is the scene where the books next to Alize looked like an opened pizza box, and I can kind of see it. Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. It really is comforting to have all these dedicated assistants on hand. Right then, enough chatting, more reading. Many forum members are also researchers or professors. If they know aught of the final days, then that knowledge might surface in their writing. That is my hope, anyway. If there's a scene where somebody says that Sucro doesn't like reading and she nods, I'm going to cry. Because the implication, a vague implication here is that the warrior of light and or darkness is not one for studying. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced 1 or 2 possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Garan oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Gubal library. 'Tis even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason, then, that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Foshino with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Gasp. There's more of the implication that Sucro didn't want to read, which is incorrect. We're panning up a lot. I was expecting Fan Daniel to be doing a dance on the roof or something. You labor for what feels like an age as Y'shtola's research assistant. Thank you for your help, but I think I could manage the rest without your assistance. If I were you, I'd steal a few quiet moments for myself. I found naught of interest so far. I think Y'shtola might be right about not getting our hopes up. ... Your efforts to gain Grahatia's attention go unnoticed. He appears to be lost in his reading. That's also true. Says Alize. Yeah, that's fair. It's probably closer to that then. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Nod. Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Sucro wants to read book. Well, I did find one paper focused on the world before the advent of the first Umbral Calamity, but it reads more like a work of fanciful fiction than an actual academic supposition. Ready for a tea break, Sucro? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around a bit. Or for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Hey, a coffee break and a tea break are two distinctly different things. Coffee and tea are not the same substance. What's going on over here? Do you mind? I need to submit a written report on this book and I've barely even scratched the cover. You appear to be approximately halfway through it. But that might be due to the limitations of the available models. But it does make your dialogue slightly funnier. Coffee can be for relaxing as well. I think it's determined by the individual more than any sort of set purpose for each beverage. I drink neither, for the most part, so maybe I don't know anything. I've had an occasional, like, tea, I guess. Usually when feeling unwell, or it was purported to make one feel better. An herbal tea of some sort. I think my vocabulary is being influenced by the vocabulary of the video game again. But also it can be fun to say words. I don't know. As busy as ever, I see. How very Sharlayan that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Talafaroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Alize is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You know, Alize, this is actually a very good idea. Assess public opinion. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We are simply wondering if you knew of the Talafaroi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear, and... Wait, you're that House Leveilleur girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've naught to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Sucro. Wow. Circle of Scorn has a really good animation for attacking rude NPCs with. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Kill.
Yeah. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Talafaroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Leveilleur. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fortuno that I was helping you... I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. It turns out that Everybody knows who Alizé is, which makes this difficult. We probably should have predicted that. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alizé I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of The Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the studium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? Shake head. It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Leveilleur. No matter how discreet Master Fortuneau may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions, and only Sharlayan has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? Questioning head tilt. What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Sharlayan, aren't you? Nod. Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We've just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? Leave it to me. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelet is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. I need to take notes. Oh boy, okay. I already forgot exactly what he said for the tea set. The instructions are in the chat log. That's true. I'll write it down anyway. I think it was by the water's edge, too. I'll write it down anyway, because it's easier. Behind them, you should see a Mikote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. So yeah, do I have the... I don't have the chat log thing up. No. It's so easy to forget. Okay, so tea sets for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelets for the regular Gisla at an outside table. Behind them you should see a Mikote gentleman who ordered the lobster. Are they just gonna go in order, though? So... like, here's Gisla. Here's the guy who ordered the lobster. It's just gonna go in the same order that he told me, though. I think. This is the chatty group by the water who wants the tea set. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Talafa who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. If you want to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th astral era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Sucro would love to hear about that, and so would I, honestly. I always like to order this when I'm discussing arcane theory with my peers. It's my favorite treat. Tell me about arcane theory. Yeah, it's actually just going in order. That's funny. And you ordered the omelet, I believe. Ah, finally, 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in, no time to waste. That doesn't rhyme. What? The Telophoroi? Yeah, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. Gotten some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Hey. I don't think that you understand how this works. You make it sound like war is a mutual agreement between two parties to start killing each other, and not an action of attack or defense on either side. And like, to some extent, they do agree to kill each other, in that they often, both sides will declare war, but usually they have reasons for doing so that aren't just, you know what, it's time for some kill. The last stand really does make the best omelets in the world. The fluffiest egg, the tartest sauce. I could eat every day for a year. And yeah, the Telophoroi aren't going to ignore someone who's neutral, either. Which part was a mood? Was it hearing anything about the end of the world? Was it that omelets are good? What will you serve? The oven-baked lobster or urbane banter with a smile? It's the lobster. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days, this is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. Must be a busy time to be a gleaner. Questioning head tilt? You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Wait, you've had a conversation with a waitress about the end of the world before? Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Sharlayan. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. Oh, that's true. I guess I didn't consider that. If these Telophoroi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Shoutouts to Sumitu Tia, the most helpful person here. Also kind of funny that the most helpful person here is also S-Tribe Suncat. Maybe they know somehow. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? A little bit, yeah. Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. Sucro probably would introduce herself as Sucro and say that she's a cat also. I'm Sucro, I'm a cat and your waitress for the evening, is probably what she would say. I had to double check that it was evening in the game. I feel like Sucro would be the sort to say that it was evening even if it was not. like, by accident. Whatever that means about her. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee that I promised. But let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Do you think that at this point in the story, Sucro is willing to trust a beverage again? That she did not prepare herself? I'm not sure. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. I think I had a different accent there for a second. I think I made Alizé Australian for like 2 syllables. That's coffee.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Sucro is notably not drinking it currently.
It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length.
Are they gonna do a reveal that Fortuno is actually doing all of this because he really cares for them and we're not supposed to hate him? I don't know how I'd feel about that.
Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say.
For those we have lost, for those we can yet save, etc. You gotta say stuff like that. God, I hope it's not Ultra Lucamine. Aha! Thank you for petting Calico. And welcome. I never actually played Ultra Sun or Ultra Moon. I do know that... Thank you for petting Calico again. I do know that Lucamine was bad in those.
Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
Alizé, I think it's a bit difficult to give a civil response to your father walking in and saying that he's going to disown you because you don't want to remain neutral in the face of a world-ending threat that is going to ignore neutrality and kill everybody. I feel like having a civil response there would be difficult. Potentially. But maybe that's just my opinion. I don't know. Hey, look, boats. What are the boats up to?
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
Questioning head tilt?
A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility.
Sounds like we need to go there. For more learning.
Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat.
If they try to make Fortuno sympathetic, I'm not gonna be too receptive to that, I don't think. Unless they do a really dang good job of it somehow. Gasp.
Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual?
I did.
I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats.
True.
And gleaners answer to the forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the forum is planning.
It sounds like they're planning to avoid planning, but sure. Gasp. Time to go on a boat, maybe. But first, let's be right back. By the way, if you didn't see the starting soon screen, do you think this is Sucro on the screen too many times, or is that impossible? I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, the Warrior of Light and or Darkness never touched that coffee in the cutscene. By the way, this is the Sucro figurine that is now complete and real. And I have it on my desk. I can wave at Sucro and say hello. Hello, Sucro. And I think that's neat. She is a cat, that's true. I messed up a little attaching the sword to her hand, so don't look closely at her thumb. But other than that, very good Sucro figurine, worth the money, I would say. For me, anyway. By the way, who wants to see the funny minigame? Because I also completed that, finally. Who wants to bet channel points while I go BRB? Behold! It seems like people enjoyed the funny minigame. That's good. I think that'll be primarily a feature of when I go to the Be Right Back screen. Here's a little behind the scenes secret. I tried to make it so that one button would randomly determine if it were this or that. However, I could not do that. So I actually have two separate buttons, one which causes it to be this and one which causes it to be that. And I have to flip a coin by Googling like flip a coin or whatever to determine which one it actually is. So it is fair and random for the record, unless I decide to do a prank and not make it that at all. I did not explain how to vote. It is a Twitch prediction thing that pops up, and it should just allow you to choose how to vote. And I don't know if that works on mobile. It might not work on phone version. So, yeah. I do not know enough about the Twitch predictions stuff to know whether or not it actually functions on a phone. But don't worry, you'll be able to vote on future ones. I'll probably do the funny minigame whenever I go to the Be Right Back screen, unless I did it fairly recently. So I guess I would expect like 2 or 3 of these per stream, maybe, unless that's too many. I considered having secret results, but they would have to be given away by having a third option on the poll. I think when I was considering it, oops, that's not the right. I think when I was considering that, my first thought was to make like a green pyramid that said the other one. Every other break. I usually do like 2, maybe 3 breaks per stream. Sometimes only 1. 1 to 3. So I don't know. My hope is that this, in addition to making all the channel point rewards cheaper, also encourages / allows people to use the funny channel point redeems more often if they so choose. But also it's just a fun activity to do while I'm not here. Yeah, like that one. Fun fact, also, is that this or that can be played on any screen. I was considering making a channel redeem that worked like once per stream to call for a this or that bet. So if that ever needed to happen while this screen was up, I could make that happen. Other fun fact is that in terms of layers, petting Calico, summoning Ochette or Barry, all of those things would go above the this or that screen. Or it should anyway. Anyway. A labyrinthine descent. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. I would have to make extra buttons for, like, secret funny option games. Which I could do, except I've run out of buttons on the first profile page of my Stream Deck. There are larger Stream Decks with more buttons. But do I want to replace my Stream Deck with a larger one for the sake of funny jokes? Maybe. Possibly. That sounds like something I would do. The only other button that is probably not necessary that I could remove here would be clown. But that's pretty useful. I don't use that button to, like, hide myself very often either, I guess, but you know. I've apparently decided to walk and not teleport. Are you familiar with the Wandering Minstrel? The tales he spins never fail to engage and enthrall. What I wouldn't give to receive a master class in storytelling from the minstrel himself. That's funny. Yeah, the clown button is pretty important. How's everyone doing over here? Is that coffee I smell? Did I miss the tea break? Where's Alize? I thought she was with you. My loyal assistant returns. There's a lexicon on the first floor that I need you to... Ah, you found something, haven't you? Welcome back, Sucro. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. Nod. Explain. Okay, so here's the thought. It appears that the game could be, in some interpretation, be presenting the Warrior of Light and/or Darkness as not wanting to read all of these books. But what if, for Sucro, the reason is that she's already read all of these books somehow inexplicably? Like, she already read all of these before. She's like, oh, I know this one. And then she got bored and wandered off. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo. It certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Y'shtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Sucro and Alize learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telafroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. Now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. Nod. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Fine idea. What should we expect down there? Or anything would be better than burying my head in another dusty book. The least Sucro option possible. What should we expect down there? Questioning head tilt and arms folded. Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Nod. So, if outsiders are only allowed to read books on the first floor of the Numenon, is there no restriction to what parts of Labyrinthos outsiders may interact with, or are we just not aware of it yet? It seems like it's more secret than the Numenon, so I probably am not supposed to be there. But I guess that doesn't matter too much. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Follow Alize and try not to fall behind. Alize sets off at a brisk walk. Is that a brisk walk? That's a fairly regular walk. My walking animation is faster than this walking animation. I'm trying to hold forward as little as possible. Oh, I missed a dialogue. We really should move along. One of my slight, I guess, pet peeves with video games is when you're instructed to follow a walking NPC and your walking animation is slow or is faster than theirs. Now we run. Try to keep up. There we go. That's better. Keep to the path. Straight ahead. We cross this bridge. Ah, I see. Whoop. Up here. I think this is the same speed as my run. If not, okay, it might be slightly slower actually. The Rostra, not far now. To be fair to Alize, she is slightly shorter than Sucro. And thus would have slightly shorter strides, and thus her walking and running speed being slightly slower would make sense. Though, I mean, not everyone takes shorter strides corresponding to their height or whatever. She could easily just take really long steps, regardless. Yeah, where you run faster than the NPC walks, but you walk slower than them. Yeah, anything like that. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry, otherwise we should keep moving. I'm not sure... The fact that we have a map makes this seem less disorienting than Alize says that it is. I mean, in terms of the map, it's a fairly standout shape. And it has like a big arrow and like labels and stuff. It's in the center. Nah, that would never work. How did the Forum learn of the final days, and exactly how much do they know? More to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to at least one of these questions lies below. You didn't take a wrong turn into the roster there, did you? I doubt the Forum would take kindly to you barging into a private session. That sounds really funny, let's do that. I've not been to Labyrinthos in the longest time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. Welcome to the Hall of Artifice. You be looking to descend to Labyrinthos, the lift here will take you there. There's a chocobo keep here, that's kind of funny. I like how the chocobo keep here is like dressed in like uniform or like academic type attire, but then with the chocobo mask. That's pretty good. Let's see, is this everything to be transported to Labyrinthos? When are they gonna give us this emote, by the way? When do we get the taking notes emote? I don't think we have that emote. You knew? It'll take me a while to check all these, so you go on ahead. I think I have the Chocobo Keep headgear. Or actually, no, I think it requires a lot of Chocobo racing. Wait, no, it's for getting all combat jobs to 90? What? I could have sworn it existed before Endwalker and it's for Chocobo racing, but maybe I'm wrong. See if I remember how to look at achievements. It could be a different item. Okay, there's not a gold saucer category. Oh, there is. Yeah. Obtain a new chocobo with a pedigree level of 9 or higher. Nope. Nope. Wrong button. I don't... I think this is the Chocobo Keep headgear. So it is Chocobo racing related. I can see if I can... Mastering War 5 and Mastering Magic 5 gives you this. Is that for all level 90? There's some similarities. I could see how you could mix those up. It is a silly hat. Yeah, I think that was the... Yeah, that's the same. The mask that I showed is the same as the Chocobo mask there. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go. Stars?
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
Oh, this is this place. I think this was
In any
shown
age exist those who consider
prior
the
to
floor an
release.
extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed.
The
If
floor an
stack
extension
grows
of
too high,
bookshelves.
start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation.
Cheap. Final
No,
Fantasy XIV
buried
still has some of the
beneath
best
knowledge,
cheap in
a
video
growing,
games.
creeping
This is my
labyrinth From
opinion.
which there is no escape.
That's one way to phrase it, I guess. Hades. I don't know, this place seems a lot nicer than its name implies to me. Vague posting.
Not
So-
what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing.
Hey, can we have Labyrinthos housing? Can we have that? Is that... No? Probably not? Okay.
But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Grinding Fates here? Oh, this is like a map and not just like a town city type of area that's pretty big? Huh. I didn't realize this was like a zone.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Pointing. Seems like it.
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today.
I personally think this zone is really cool for right now, but I guess you could get tired of any zone if you were doing enough grinding there. General
It may
you,
be
not a
as if
specific
suspected
person you.
That they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
It's a very roundabout way of saying they're doing something unusual,
Let's spread
Alphino.
out and get some answers then.
Group nod.
Ugh.
Kryle? Kryle, have you been not sleeping in your insistence on studying and
Did you call
whatnot?
to me just now?
No? Shake head?
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent.
Krell then falls over and passes out and has an extremely delayed trip to the first. Graha was like, whoops, I forgot I started that timer. Ah, beans. Ah, jeez.
I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
I think the weather here should say artificial fair skies. This zone should have exclusive weather conditions that all note that they're fake. Oh, a fresh face. That's a rare sight. How might I help you, newcomer? What do you do here? Simply put, my job here is to record and classify the Gleaner's acquisitions. But the work's anything but simple. We collect all manner of items here in Labyrinthos. Ancient scriptures, artifacts, rare specimens, you name it, odds are we have it. And all of that needs to be inspected. What kind of place is this? This is Upper Akrinthos, Labyrinthos' primary storage facility for materials delivered via the lift. Here we identify and sort said deliveries before they're sent to the Archeon or another facility for safekeeping. You might say we're a service entrance for Labyrinthos. So, I think I started to say and then was distracted, or like trying not to interrupt the cutscene or whatever, that I did sort of know of this place because I believe they revealed it vaguely prior to the release of Endwalker, and I wasn't trying to avoid Endwalker spoilers so much from the pre-release stuff. But I hadn't thought about it for a while, and I don't think I realized that it was in Sharlayan or remembered the name Labyrinthos. It was when I saw the dome overhead that I was like, oh yeah, Labyrinthos. But I think I expected this to be on the moon as like a dome of not moon stuff on the moon, you know? Like futuristic dome city type of place. Based on like the one screenshot of it I saw, which is not correct. Layande. Yeah, some sort of moon base, yeah, you know. This is for Aporia, this is for Thaumazen. Excuse me, are you a gleaner? If you don't mind, I have some questions to ask. Scholar mammoths are here. Fascinating, but can we go back to what you were saying earlier? That particular individual is just rambling about something completely unrelated to Alizé. Most of those gathered here appear to be gleaners. Why don't you wander around and try making small talk? You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books, and ore, and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos. You know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high, damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion? Well, they are in the middle of making Dawn Trail right now. Your exchange with Dobman has taught you about taking stock in Labyrinthos. Whenever I see this backpack, I think I mentioned this before, I become suddenly aware of how this game doesn't have like a back slot, and think about how Guild Wars 2 does, where you could have like backpacks and capes and stuff. I mean, I have a shield on my back, so... Oh. I don't know if this is what you meant by music around the Aetherytes, but it's very like music boxy and like toy-like, maybe? I've not arrived at the Aetherite yet. Okay. I mean, yeah, there's no Aetherite here, but this is a good theme, this day theme here. It brings to mind like some sort of Tinkerer's Workshop type of situation, which this kind of is on a grand scale, arguably. You're to help or give me more headaches, because you don't have the look of a cleaner and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. I have a pack of marmots running loose. It does kind of feel like a Paper Mario track a little bit, too. Oh, there's like little... It has vaguely a feel of the track in the first Paper Mario game when you are riding the trains in Shy Guy's Toy Box, I think. If those did have a unique song, and I'm not mixing it up with the other train, I don't think I am. There's even like the little train whistle sounds in the back, slightly. They're pretty quiet, but I heard a few of them. It's not exactly that sort of feel, but it has like a mix of that. Like I said, like a Tinkerer's Workshop kind of vibe. And someone has a giant robot that they're flying around on. And also like any sort of toy-like music vibe immediately makes me think of like Maple Story specifically. If this was Maple Story, we would be able to descend below Labyrinthos into the part of Sharlayan that's like messed up and haunted by ghosts. And who knows, maybe that'll happen. I don't know. Because I think about Ludibrium, I think is how it was spelled a lot, actually. Which is a region in Maple Story that's like very like toy block themed and toy themed in general. And there's like these towers where you can descend through them, and as you do, time and space starts to break down. And there's like ghosts and weird messed up monsters and stuff, and it's really cool, in my opinion, for some reason. I don't know exactly why it's really cool, but permanently altered your brain. I guess you could probably say it did the same for me, though I don't think I never actually got far enough in Maple Story to get to that point, like in the deep part of Ludibrium. I remember early Maple Story when I would do a lot of grinding in towers near Ludibrium and not get past like level 43 or something like that. That would be a fascinating thing to try and go and stream someday, would be like Maple Story as it is these days. Just explore the realm as overpowered character with regular human name number 53. Have I brought this up on stream before? Have I talked about how ridiculous Maple Story's character class options are these days? I know this is very sidetracked, but that's what today is all about, I guess. So let's see, how many of these are there? There's 3 per column, or 3 in a row. How many columns? Or wait, there's 3 columns. How many rows are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, plus 1. So 14 times 3. 13 times 3 equals 42. There's currently 43 characters that you can play as in Maple Story. And that might not count like the branching paths that the earliest characters have. And it's also very funny because they're like they're organized in like an alphabetical way by default on the website, it looks like. Oh, last you checked, there were the 4 basic classes and then the parallel universe, like elemental ones and stuff or something. Yeah, so let's go through the classes, or at least a few of them, in alphabetical order. Battle Mage, okay. Beast Tamer, yeah, sure. Blaze Wizard, that's one of the sort of alternate universe variants of the, as you put it, alternate universe variants of like the basic classes there. The Blaze Wizard being, I forget exactly what they're called, but they were like elemental variants of, wait, it rains in here? I guess so. They were like elemental variants of the base classes with different rules that were since adjusted. And then the 4th character listed is named Evan. It's just Evan. Battle Mage, Beast Tamer, Blaze Wizard, Evan. And there's something extremely funny about that to me. So at some point they started making like characters that were unique and also like had a built-in storyline. Like these characters have an identity in the story. Evan was just a simple farm boy until he stumbled across a mysterious dragon egg.
Evan is Aragon. They put Aragon in Maple's story.
I'm sorry to tell everyone this, but they put Aragon into Maple's story.
I'll be examining this.
No, don't, Barry, no! But yeah. Well, there's a trend of characters with names. So like Battle Mage, Beast Tamer, Blaze Wizard, Evan, Ilium, Kana, Kinesis, Lara, Luminous, Magician. Look, there's one of the original ones, just Magician. Dual Blade, Nightwalker, Phantom, Thief, Xenon, Kadena.
Lord Galbatorix, please don't print currency, it'll fix a lot of our economic problems.
God, that's still one of my favorite things about, quote unquote, in like very large quotes, favorite things, is that the evil speech of Lord Galbatorix involves, I'm just gonna mint currency, bro. Is Kinesis a person name or a class name? That's a great question. Hold on. Let's take a look. Did I have this as... No, not that one. Did I have this as... Is it like a window capture? A display capture? No. Window capture? Add existing. Chrome capture. All right. Meet the Maplers. Do you wanna meet the Maplers, everybody? Today's theme is going on tangents, apparently. So this is not the best. I can probably enlarge this a little bit. Oh, there's like, I forgot I put a filter on this. Get out of here, Luma Key. The site uses cookies. My God. How dare you? Right, so let's take a look, shall we? So, classes and jobs. Play free now. So yeah, Battle Mage, Beast Tamer, Battle Wizard. And then Evan. This is Aragon here. It's Mapler, I think. Like with a P. But so yeah, Kinesis. Let's learn about Kinesis. He's a local hero in the city located within the Friend Story world. Gifted with the power of telekinesis, he uses these powers for good, protecting the citizens and becoming a local hero. So he's a guy. Library of Ruina? I don't know that. Oh yeah, I didn't notice the chess pieces. I think we could probably easily spend like an hour looking at all of the MapleStory characters and talking about them, and that would honestly be fun for me. So yeah, there's like class categories, as you can see. So the categories of class are still like what the original core classes were, like magician here. But yeah, got all sorts of stuff. Psychic grab, ultimate train wreck, summon an entire train completely empty, honest. Yo, you got that Yukari super kinesis? Yo? Okay. Sure, why not? Sure, if you want.
Special. Earn psychic points to activate ultimate skills.
He sure does. I think whenever there's a named character like this, you still get to customize them and choose like male or female. But like this is like the default appearance of kinesis. We've got like, so there's the classes here: magician, thief, warrior, bowman, and pirate. So they're still divided into these categories. So, let's see. Lara, luminous, magician, dual blade. What MapleStory class am I? There's gotta be a quiz, right? Is there a quiz somewhere? I hope there's a quiz. Where was I? Phantom Thief, Xenon, Kadena, Young, Kali. Aran here, I think, was like one of the first named character classes to be added. I distinctly remember Aran, one of the 6 heroes who sealed away the Black Mage. Which of these weirdos is classified as pirate? Oh yeah, they are grouped by class and also alphabetical. So we've got magicians first, we've got thieves second, and then the warrior, bowman, pirate. Alucard is in this game. You want to play as Alucard Castlevania? Here's Alucard Castlevania. The Demon Avenger. That's just Alucard, right? Basically. It's basically just Alucard. 1,000 Swords. Blood Pact. I hope one of these is Dark Metamorphosis. Oh, shucks, it's not. Oh yeah, there's also Demon Slayer. This is Alucard 2. This is player 2 Alucard, I guess. I guess they share a uniform because they're like the loyal commanders.
Cassie Grim, it will help you win.
That's not what the line was, I think, but I appreciate it. If you're attempting to reference my ancient Ashley's song Castlevania parody, I believe it was Cressia Grim, This Thing's Just Broken, which sort of rhymes. Dark Metamorphosis. I still think that song is kind of funny. But yeah, Hayato, Kaiser, Michiel, Warrior, Zero. Okay, we're at the bow users now. Bowman, Kane, Mercedes, Pathfinder, Wild Hunter. Wild Hunter rides a cat, I guess? Yeah. Cool cat with a cannon. That's pretty cool. Jaguar. That's Jaguar. That's like a panther. Maybe jaguars can look like that. Maybe I don't know anything. Drill salvo. Okay. A gunbound character? Maybe. Wind Archer. Okay, so these are the pirates down here at the end. Angelic Buster, Cannoneer, Jet, Mechanic, Pirate, Shade, Thunderbreaker, and Arc. Angelic Buster is like a magical girl, I think, if I remember correctly. Nova, half human, half dragon. Tyr was So this is a weird one, actually, because, like, I was talking about the named characters, and this character has a name in her backstory, but is referred to as Angelic Buster instead. Without a tail and no magical powers, Tyr was shunned by her elders and peers alike. Oh no. And she got a special gauntlet that gave her cool powers, but she's a superhero now. The Angelic Buster can only be played as a female character, wears pirate-class gear, and comes equipped with a soul shooter. You know. They could have used Dragon Rider, you're right. So, like, what are your Supreme Supernova, Celestial Roar, Soul Resonance, Affinity Heart 4, Stargazer, Finale Ribbon, Soul Seeker, Terms and Conditions, Active Link skill that uses your mastery of contract law to boost attack power? That's pretty good. Terms and conditions using your mastery of contract law as a magical girl is very funny. Now, when you said that's a gunbound character, I was looking at this person's launcher here. Like, this looks like gunbound adjacent to me. Oh, I just noticed they have a difficulty stat. It's very difficult to be Angelic Buster, apparently. But it's very easy to have a cannon. Monkey Militia. Summons artillery monkey twins. Also, what do you mean type explorer? Type Nova. What? Okay, there might be multiple Nova. So there might be like subtypes within the types. But yeah. Which Maple Story character are you? The greatest thief who ever lived, perhaps? Actually, that's a great question. Because they were alphabetical before. Ark might be the latest character, and that's why. Grew up in Grandis. While in Spectre State. Okay, so this person has like multiple forms. They have demon mode, I guess. Fair enough. Uses a unique skill recharge system over on Angelic Buster. That's not very helpful. Okay, I'm curious. Which Maple Story class am I? Well, I don't know what any of those search results said, but they might have said something weird. Okay, we've got terrible personality quizzes. I don't think that's what we're after exactly. It would be funny though. Blaster, huh? Guess you start blasting then. Anyway. All of that aside, let me think. The Rhea seed should be item 1058, human seeds 1059, Snurbbleberry 1060, or were they 1061? Ah, my head feels like it's stuffed with Moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Wait, more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurthan carrots for Girabanyan carrots? What then? Large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. I hope you all enjoyed that Maple Story sidetrack. By the way, it's time for Sucro to jump on a box or two. Also, that one of my worst ideas that I've had, partially as a joke, like many of my ideas that I have partially as jokes, was like once Final Fantasy XIV was done, I would have a thing on my schedule that was MMO Mondays, where I just played like 1 day's worth of any random free MMO that I could find. I feel like that would be like very terrible. Maple syrup is rad. I guess that's true. It's not what we were talking about, but it's pretty close. Oh no. Can't leave... You can probably leave Sleepywood easier these days. I assume you mean good. I guess that would show how good 14 is. God, at this point, I really wonder how relevant any of the areas I remember from Maple Story are. Is like anybody in Ludibrium ever? Is anyone in Sleepywood? Is anyone in the ant tunnels? Or have they all moved on to greener pastures, as it were? Whatever that means in this case. So if I... Okay, I did hide the... I had to double check that move on to greener pastures wasn't like an allusion to death or something. Anthell? No, that's Pokemon Uranium, I think. Streaming Pokemon Uranium would also be a terrible idea, but also would be kind of funny. Okay, let's attempt to return the train to the rails. Any luck, Sucro? What tales did the Gleaners have to tell? Massive inventory operations currently underway. Large quantities of cargo making their way in and out. Exhausting work causing accidents, such as a Gleaner inadvertently fraying a pack of marmots. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. One of the Gleaners started talking about Maple Story. Wait, am I a Gleaner now? I think uranium was never good, is my understanding of it. But I don't have a great understanding of it. But now that you've mentioned Oblivicorn, everyone has to look at Oblivicorn. This is just how it works. Aged poorly, which is wild given it started. So it did both then. Pokemon Uranium has some very funny Pokemon designs in it. Oblivicorn is one of them. I don't remember. There's one that's like, this is a Pokemon that died in its Pokeball, blah! I don't remember the name of it. I probably have that somewhere. But Oblivicorn is pretty funny. Yeah, that one. The substitute doll with chains and spikes and stuff. I never saw Ty's playthrough of Uranium. I haven't actually seen a playthrough of Uranium. I just know Oblivicorn and Pokemon die in Pokeball and Anthell. Oh, also for the record, I've decided to just play the Pokemon DLC on my own instead of worrying about recording or streaming it. At least for the moment. Because I did like record and post the playthrough of the base game for Violet, of course. But I'm just playing the DLC on my own for right now. I should say that out loud. Also, if people weren't here when I explained earlier, I kept talking about streaming Fae Farm, and I decided not to because I decided I didn't really like the game in the limited amount of time I had to try it before it was unrefundable. It has a major problem of not letting you name your character and just taking your Steam profile name, which was kind of a deal breaker for me. So, yeah. Because I don't like making characters that are me these days. I like making each character that I play as like their own character and stuff. Anyway. A new Ethernet destination is now available. Let's see here. Item 3042 is Walker's Popotos, yes, and 3043 is Wild Popotos. Then where are my Mountain Popotos? This can't be right. I only just started as a gleaner, so I don't mind handling menial chores. Any experience is good experience, right? I'll do whatever it takes so that one day they'll trust me with those veteran requests that take you all over the world. Those little devils are quick as sin and twice as hard to catch. Suppose I'd better start searching. Have I spent long enough that rambling about nothing in particular that it's not daytime anymore? No, it's still daytime. Okay, same dialogue here. The music's just looped a few times. Not looking forward to transporting all this, but I am looking forward to a nice drink afterwards. My poor aching back. Ever since the summons came from the guild ship, I've been hauling endless stacks of supplies. Books, ore, animals, you name it, I've moved it. Oh, Yashtola's over here and I didn't talk to her. We didn't get a good view of the place either. Dang. Pretty cool place. Is there ether currents here? Yes. Good to know. Nay, I'm not shirking my duties. I have not been down here in an age and wish to get my bearings before I went bumbling about. From what I can see, however, there's not obviously out of place. It seems we shall have to resort to discreet inquiries as usual. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Sucro, I have an idea. Why am I kneeling? Didn't one of the... I guess kneeling to, like, be whispered at, maybe? Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. Nod. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! Yeah, I guess that was for, like, secret conversation. You wish to help me find the marmots? I've nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. Leave it to me. Name's Erenville, friend. Specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nangshan marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. For some reason, the Xandra emotes don't appear to be working for me. I don't know why that would be. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot, or you. Nod. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. You got it. However I get over there. Okay, there's an opening. Now I saw you say that Xandra emote earlier too, and I didn't see that either. Yeah, maybe like a expired subscription? That would be my guess. Troll. So this is what a troll is. It's fascinating to me that the enemy name Troll had not been used prior to this point in the video game. This enemy has Monster Rancher vibes to me. This is like if you crossed something with a Baku in Monster Rancher, maybe. I don't know what. Like a Jill Baku, perhaps? Yeah, I think that would be it. Jill's being like a Yeti-like creature that rarely shows up in the games. This is like a Jill Baku in Monster Rancher 2, if that existed. I don't think that exists. That's such a specific thing to say. Does that count as another tangent? I didn't even get to use Requiescat. Okay, now I do. Mouse. Chirp squeak. Oh no. Barely have you readied the sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. The mouse has escaped. I'm walking and taking my time and stuff. Evidently. You're right. It's like a game of mouse and cat or whatever, you know, famously. This is a fairly wide area to search, so I guess I should use a motorcycle. Oh wait, no, there it is.
Aha. It's like a game of cat and also cat.
Hunting troll. What do you mean cat and also cat? There's only one cat here, I think. Actually, I guess a game of cat and also cat would be anything that Callie and I were playing. Because we're both cat, you see. And Sucro's a cat. And then... The rodent nimbly evades your grasp before once more disappearing into the trees. Ah, okay. It sounded referential. Somehow. What sort of fates are happening around here? The hills are alive. I'm surprised they've never used that name for a fate before. Funny creatures are here. They're wiggling. These are some wiggly individuals. Ah, I see. Chlorophyll will do this to someone. Maybe, question mark. Aha! You've cornered yourself. Chirp. Squeak, squeak. More prepared for its speed this time, you succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. I spent so long talking about Maple Story and then chasing a mouse that it became nighttime. I'm going the wrong way. Do you think that pollutants from this motorcycle will cause any major concerns in this isolated, like, artificial environment that has, like, a glass dome over it? This seems like it could cause problems. Nothing running on Mako is ever fine. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. The sack holds the plump, wriggling form of one greatly annoyed grizzled mouse. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. But O2 is oxygen. I know you're going for a CO2 pun, I think, but still. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity. The same officials who've had us working day and night of late. The honorable members of the Forum, who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed, those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. Are you gonna tell me that the Sharlayan Forum is aware of the end of days and their response to it is to convert the entire nation into like a doomsday prepper location? Are we going to learn about their obscene amount of canned goods soon? Starfy 64. What could have been? There you are, Sucro. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Nod. Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I'm Kryle of the Students of Valdesian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. God, they would invent vault tech somehow. Nod. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Wave. Thanks, Aaronville. You were very helpful. All things considered. Like, you keep saying you don't have much to offer, but you've been like one of the most helpful people we've run into recently. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? Explaining. So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. Oh no. Phone typing is quite difficult. Saying that canned Sharlayan food is hideous enough that it underflows to being the best meal you've ever eaten is like... It makes me wonder, does Archon bread need to be preserved in some way? Or is it just Is Archon bread so Archon bread that it just has a shelf life of infinite by itself? Inexplicably. Oh no. So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. That's true, but I feel like because of the rules of comedy, it would inexplicably be not a perishable food. You would think it would spoil, but like... Maybe it yeah, actually probably would make a weird mold, wouldn't it? Introducing canned Archon loaf. Cleaners have not been informed of its purpose. Nod. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We've also discovered when the operation was begun. The Forum contacted the Gleaners Guildship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telophoroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. That's also a fair point. Likening it to the teleporting bread is also seems reasonable. Altogether, it gives a distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telophoroi's declaration was what set it all in motion. It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet.
I have not stopped teleporting bread for 353,314,452,473 days. Meow.
Calico, I regret to inform you that you were created this year, and there are fewer days in a year than that number that you just said. Unless you've discovered time travel and used it to teleport bread, which is completely valid, I guess. Probably? For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzles we stand to find. Archon Loaf takes dark rye flour, herring, spinach, and purple carrots. Yeah, that doesn't sound great. Hey, how did Tataru acquire the dark rye flour? Yeah, if you just type in any random large number, Calico can read it fine. But she has some problems reading other things. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? From there we can reach the lower... Wait, the purple carrots are from the first?
We're all time traveling right now, at a rate of 1 second per second.
I guess. Kryl, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it, then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. We follow the path east, through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Nod. So if this is an artificial, like... This place is entirely an artificial, like... land. I guess I have to assume that the trolls have some ecological significance to the local, like, food chains or something of that sort. Because the trolls are here on purpose. from whoever designed or coordinated Labyrinthos. God, they're here so they can play Spurb? Oh no. God. Oh. Hey, I know this song. That's fun. Wait, was it Scrub for the trolls? God, I forgot about that. I mean, that makes sense, I guess. I would not say that I'm a fan of Homestuck. Oh yeah, this is the anti-tower theme. I couldn't remember exactly what it was, but yeah. I'm not a fan of Homestuck. I can tell you the exact point on which I gave up at reading Homestuck. And it's the point where it was revealed that Guy Fieri and Juggalos became the president in some sort of timeline at some point, I think. That's the point where I was like, you know what? Maybe it's not worth continuing to read this, actually. For me, anyway, it wasn't. I would say that my #1 criticism of Homestuck is unrelated to that particular event. But it seemed like death was really cheap in the story, but tried to have emotional weight anyway. Because characters had like 60 different ways to bring themselves or their friends back from the dead. But it always tried to be impactful. From what I remember. Also, of course, it's like just very... there's no... Wait, okay. I can stand on the air a little bit. I'm just not a fan of Homestuck, I guess. It's a very convoluted story as well, of course. I don't mean to say anyone's bad for enjoying it. If you do enjoy it. That's just my opinions. This is the foremost material archive in Sharlayan. I should love to explore its treasures shelf by shelf, but I fear we have little time for such indulgences. Were you caught in mist on your way here? The sprayers keep the air humid, so the habitat feels as close as possible to a natural forest. Don't worry about me, I'm hale and healthy. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that... Nay, let's discuss this later. The investigation demands our undivided attention. Behold, the Archeon. As Numenon serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building, you see, is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Vaults carved into the cliffside? What cliffside? Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. I'm gonna have to remember to do various side quests for ether currents and stuff at some point. I'm not actually sure if I should show any of that on screen. Please... Oh wait, no. None of my gear has been damaged. Ah, but I can unlock gemstones. I can play triple triad here. If I want to. Ether current quests are quite nice. Okay. I just already ignored one and said I'd get back to it later, is the thing. Greetings, we are here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners, then. May I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Do you realize how suspicious that sounded? Not us, then. I suppose we'd better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? Shake head. That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What, so this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after a restructuring operation is concluded. Have a good flight. Thanks for stopping by. By that time, it'll be too late, and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we? Nod. Students of Baldessian. Huh. Sucro just immediately about faces and is like, I heard that! Tell me what your deal is! Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted access to the vaults at this time. Lift services have also been suspended. I apologize for any inconvenience and ask that you visit again after our restructuring operation is concluded. I would love to do crime right now. The lift is unavailable for general use at this time. We apologize for the inconvenience. Can't even jump up the ladder, the step ladder, whatever you call this. Staircase on wheels. The Forum must be wary of exposure indeed to so heavily restrict the use of public institutions. If they're going to close off facilities, they ought to announce it. The students must be furious. Labyrinthos is constructed in the shape of a mortar. The upper layer is called the outer circuit, and the medial circuit lies one tier below us. Oh, there is going further below. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by a heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Alright. You might be able to tell from the map. I think it was explained... It does say the outer circuit. It might have been explained to us a little bit that there is a lower level. Yes, can I help you? What do you do here? I am an archivist at the Archeon. I inspect all that is sent here to be stored and judge the threat that they may pose. From cursed relics to disease-bearing creatures, we have some extremely hazardous materials. Such specimens must be kept securely sealed. What kind of place is this? This is the Archeon, a structure built for the purpose of safely and securely housing all manner of specimens, both animate and inanimate. Together with the literary archive of Numenon, it houses much of Sharlayan's gathered knowledge, a veritable treasure trove of mankind's accumulated wisdom. Thank you. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is that we found, and there's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeal, squeal. Muffled voice. Honest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. I don't think your crate is very secure. I seem to be able to phase through it. Oh, Porogo. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Please, even talking is an effort. Go and bother that gleaner I told you about. Now that's a mood. I forgot to talk to the bemused student again. At first, we thought it might have escaped from one of the research laboratories, but when we reported our find to the studium, they were just as dumbfounded as we were. If it truly is a newly discovered species, we could have our names appear in a gazette. Squealing. I don't think that the cries of a creature are usually described as a voice, which makes me concerned about what is in that box. Probably creature from Moon or something. I'm going to assume until it's proven otherwise that everything mysterious is related to the moon. Oh, it's Erenville again. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close, very close. Leave it to me. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is the common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. Is it time for this mechanic? The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Good job on Erenville's voice. Why, did I correctly guess a voice that actually gets lines? Search your surroundings for the hornbill. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. I just sort of arbitrarily picked a voice. Look for the green bird which caws. Bird. Bird take a nap. Joy! I didn't realize Erenville would be important.
A fair shot.
Oh.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
I was close with the voice, I guess. Hit the right bird with the dart is a pretty good objective, yeah. Nod. Hey everyone, I shot a bird with the dart.
There you are. Any new revelations?
That is kind of an incredible machine style of objective, having seen someone play some of that recently. And yeah, Erenville is voiced. I guess I did an okay job at the voice, just by coincidence. And I guess Erenville is more important than I originally thought. I think they showed Erenville a little bit before release.
This time to capture a hornbill.
I feel like I've seen or heard of Erenville before now in some context, but it's a vague memory. So anyway, clearly Sharlayan is gathering the resources to attempt to build a colony on the moon to escape devastation. Clearly.
I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Shipping them somewhere else, no doubt.
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose.
Or that. That makes sense too.
Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
Oh. That sounds ominous. What does that mean?
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum.
They're trying to make the ultimate bird.
The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
Hey, this sounds really suspicious and potentially villainous.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
Huh. You've got a lot of very
When you put it
useful
that way,
knowledge.
Migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
Erenville's field of expertise appears to be one that we don't really have in the party. And very, very relevant and helpful at this time. Erenville is a person whose Dungeons and Dragons character sheet has like extreme expertise in survival and like nature, and those don't come up super often, but when they do, no one knows more about it than Erenville does.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Yeah, absolutely. 100 botanist, miner, and fisher. Somehow. Shake head. You've actually been very
Perhaps
helpful
you might
already.
reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
Hey, Erenville, do you want to help us do a crime?
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift.
Time for everyone to hide in the funny solid snake
I will,
box.
of course, follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Funny solid snake
Indeed.
box plan.
Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
That's also a good point.
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
I find it a little difficult to imagine that they wouldn't also be regulating tunnel access, though.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Not just because they don't want anyone going to the lower levels, but also because of the alleged danger. You'd think they'd have some sort of regulation or guarding happening.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Various nods. Ominous. Samantha seedling. A horde of plant-based subjects has escaped. It's giving the researchers no end of trouble. Is there a type of, like, morble called a Samantha? A little help? These seedlings must be exterminated. Sorry. I've got story missions. Labyrinth Screamer. Scream. Oh, that makes sense. It's just funny because I'm like, oh, that's like Samantha, that's the name of a regular viewer. I know that one. Pointing at the screen. I never would have noticed this cave on my own. Thank the scholar that Erenville knew of it, and that you were there to persuade him to share. I took a quick peek inside, but it's awfully dark in there. Yeah, that's you. Shoutouts to you, I guess. Shoutouts to everyone who's viewing, in fact. Thank you for viewing. I appreciate that you're all here. The medial circuit, which Erenville mentioned, is the tier directly below us. Unlike the lowest level of Labyrinthos, with its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle layer quite freely. Let us see what we might find. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Man-made though it may be, this shaft was designed to resemble a natural cave system. Heed Erenville's warning and do step carefully. This is a funny song for going into a danger cave. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow, and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. This is kind of like that part in Shadowbringers where you're descending towards Amarat. Except probably, like, less of a dramatic reveal at the end. This is a large mine shaft. They just excavated? Did they excavate this whole area, or did they dig into this cave? Because, like, I don't know a lot about excavating, but I don't know how you would excavate this much of a like a big ol' area. I guess magic. The music is still funny for this danger cave. One of these days I'll be able to use my entire rotation on a regular enemy. Or like most of it. Or like one of these days I'll be able to use the entire Confiteor combo, at least. I thought that would wear, like, I thought that would, like, I still have access to it without having a buff. Is what I'm trying to say. There it is. Oh wait, I have it again because of Requiescat, right? Seems like the only danger creature in this danger cave is Funny Mushroom. And like, all things considered, navigation of this cave isn't too terrible. There's some steep spots, like this here is, I guess, a pretty steep drop. I wouldn't want to walk down that hill. That mine shaft was infested with mithril caps. Some sort of research project, I wonder. I suppose they are a most unusual creature. Why did they develop such long limbs when all they do is shuffle about narrow tunnels? That's a good question. I was being careful, I swear. The slope was steeper than I thought, and I lost my footing for a moment, that's all. I'm not injured if you don't count my pride. Sucro, did you know Kryl almost took a tumble back there? She can't possibly still be dizzy from the lift. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident, nothing of consequence at least, and as promised, the tunnel has delivered us onto the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Erenville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. My memories of this place are a touch hazy, but if we keep to the path heading north, we should eventually arrive at a farm of some kind. Is this where the grapes were? Or is that on the moon? Also, Leafman, sorta. Not actually Leafman, different. I forget what these are. These, I've seen this model somewhere, I think. Kinemos. The grapes have since been updated. Huh. Stray garlic, stray queen, stray egg. The Mandragora court is here? Like all of them? Give me the grapes. There they are! Grapes located. Yeah, they rounded them out. They rounded the grapes. But I'm going to admire them all the same. Nope. Nope. Hey, what? Nope. No, don't kill the grapes, Sucro. Sucro, no. Sucro, stop. It is funny, but... I need to find a specific emote. Grapes detected. Grapes identified. Oh, it's not often you meet someone here who so obviously doesn't belong. Can I help you with something? Tell me about yourself. For now, at least, I'm the second most important person in this facility. Now, you may think I'm shirking my duties, but even at this moment, I'm envisioning how we can improve our methods. Gazing upon this watermill calms my heart and clears my mind of unnecessary thoughts, leaving room only for brilliant ideas. Even so, inspiration takes time, and today it seems to be slower in the coming than usual. Mariel Argonomics is where the finest agricultural minds gather to research plant specimens from around the realm and the methods by which to cultivate them. The plants grown here are also used to feed the people working in Labyrinthos, straight from our fields to their tables, fresh as fresh can be. The only thing in this game that has ever caused my computer to overheat has been a part in between Stormblood and Shadowbringers, where Y'shtola makes a crystal very, very sparkly. Dialogue references the square grapes. Stuff like that is stuff I don't think I want to know in advance. That would be a fun surprise when I get there eventually. I'll probably forget by then, but still. The gourds we grow here are something of an agricultural wonder. We've crossbred varieties from all across the realm to create pumpkins that are sweet, sizable, and rich in nutrients. The ultimate gourd. No two corners of the world cultivate the land in the same way. My research involves poring over the many texts gathered by the gleaners to produce something altogether greater than the sum of its parts. I'd be willing to guess that there's probably some sort of cosmic horror video game with enemies that are like graphics card corruption styled. I would not be surprised if that happened in some context. I mean, there's plenty of games where that sort of thing is represented by glitching and whatnot, but I don't know if there's been anything that's represented it to that by glitching, like, to that extent. I'm from the Studium, here to gain practical knowledge of how to cultivate fungi. Being in the outdoors does have its advantages over those stuffy stacks of books. That child is going to become a fungus master one day. A fungimancer. It took me a second to remember what fungimancer is a thing in. I think it's Dungeons of Dreadmore is what had the fungimancer. For many years, I've poured my energies into developing more bountiful crops. My life's goal is to produce a seed from which both a popoto and tomato will grow. Ah, a man can dream. Of course, the light of the artificial sun is not so brilliant as the real one. However, it allows us to grow crops without having to worry about inclement weather or changing seasons, making the results of experimentation much more consistent. No! This is the worst box I've ever encountered. You cannot actually sit in this box, it's fake. But yeah, stuff like the low poly count of things like grapes and whatnot is definitely justifiable. I doesn't fits, I cannot sits. You sense the presence of a powerful mark. Okay, that was a funny thing to show up in this cutscene. Oh, the cutscene pans over the grapes. That's probably why everyone noticed them, huh? Also, it's funny that someone said Sucre doesn't fit in here when, like, Sucro's backstory involves being, or growing up on a farm. Ah, now I know where we are. This is Mariel Argonomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees these efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. 'Tis possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? Nod. See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or cast about for useful clues. Group nod. I don't know anything about agriculture, but I feel like it probably would take a decent amount of money to try and splice together 6 different kinds of citrus into a nightmare tree. Unless you, like, got it first try, I guess, just by throwing some citrus at the ground. But I don't think that's how our agriculture works, really. Okay, they actually spend quite a bit of time near the grapes, so I can see how people would notice them. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilsabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amonis. So wait, Corvos is being relevant again. So Corvos is the region which this is based on. That makes me wonder if Graha was specifically avoiding going here for reasons that he didn't mention. Because he was like, I'm just gonna keep looking at book. Y'all go ahead. Ah, I see. Every time I see Locus Among Us, my brain briefly parses it as Locus Among Us for a second. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments and cultivation. By the way, it seems pretty dang impressive that they've recreated any kind of environment in this sort of context. Labyrinthos is kind of like just generally an impressive structure, area, place, I would say, probably. I'm told this cart holds the harvest meant for the larders here. Nothing out of the ordinary. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors, not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? Cave. The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields. But I'm afraid the Forum has us filling order lists a mom long. Massive yet detailed requests. Literal wagon loads of crop samples and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Visit us again when the lift is back in normal operation. I should hope we'll have all new crops to show you by then, but we probably won't. I forgot to talk to the grape investigator again. The harried harvester. Once we pick the fruit, we'll need to take cuttings. Rather a lot of them, in fact. Wonder if they're planning to grow a new vineyard somewhere. Yeah, they're definitely planning to, like, make a new settlement of some kind. And you've spent years researching these high-yield cultivation techniques. You've put how many points into the farming and agriculture tech tree? No wonder you don't have any points in the military one. That's a callback to an earlier part of the stream, you see. Did I talk to you? I did. You're the kid who's going to become the fungus master. That's right. Aha. Do I have ought to be taken down below? More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. God's hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. Oh, investigate the stacked boxes. The stack of crates on the hill is going below. That sounds promising. I'll gather the others and join you there. That sounds probably correct. I don't know Civilization well enough, to be honest. That applies to both the video game and the concept of civilization. Yeah, this person definitely seems to be at the same point in the quest chain that I am. I have no idea who they are, though. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports. It's always fun to see other people on the same quest step. It happens more often than I'd expect. Gasp? Huh. Are these something?
Hard to look away, isn't it?
Strange flowers, indeed. Whomst?
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
What? That seems pretty important. Questioning head tilt? That sounds important and relevant in some way, but I don't know exactly which way that is.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders.
Huh.
Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change color. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect.
This flower is too magical for science to understand.
And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin.
It's Moon! We're going to go to the moon, there's gonna be a whole dang field of these, and it's gonna be like a big wow kind of moment. Wow as in like, wow! Not wow as in World of Warcraft. I'm calling it, this is Moonflower from
Further
Moon.
complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos.
Understandable.
Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
They're placing so much importance on this scene by having a cutscene with voice acting and all that, that it's gotta be Moon. That's Moonflower. Flower from Moon. That would explain everything he said about not finding many and like how they're distributed all over the place. Like some seeds somehow get from the moon to here. Hey, what's up? I found weird flowers. I found weird flower. Probably from Moon?
A flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, we're placing so much importance on this that it's extremely relevant.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we failed to gain any significant insight into the forum's undertaking.
I want to know more about the flower.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
It's kind of funny how willing they are to talk, how like everyone is to talk to us when they're not directly involved with the Sharlayan bureaucracy, and like when they're not the groups of people directly from the forum or like whatever, when it's like all the workers and whatnot, they're just like, oh yeah, we'll tell you stuff. We'll tell you what we know. We don't know that much, but we'll tell you. I guess that makes sense. It's just interesting to note, perhaps.
If only we could interrogate the forum members directly.
I feel like they probably would be kind of used to secrecy. Not like with outsiders, not within their own.
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean?
Not like with each other, I guess. I don't know. Hey, look, it's Erenville again.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
Erenville keeps showing up.
From here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
I don't know if all people are bad at keeping secrets. I'm bad at keeping secrets, kinda. It depends a lot on different circumstances
You mean
and
to
whatnot.
eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
We can afford to take risks at this point,
Ours
Alphino.
alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice.
Or perhaps we can't afford to not take risks at this point.
If you're not
Alphino.
comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Y'shtola's stealth mission.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
Too bad none of us are stealth experts. All the
It might
stealth
be best
experts
if
are
you came along
elsewhere.
as well. In fact, we should all...
Like, Yugiri is not involved in Endwalker at all so far. Thancred is elsewhere. We need the stealth professionals for this, but we've got none of them. Kryl?
Kryl?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
Kryl? You need to
I'm
sleep.
glad you agree.
Do you know what the plan is? Kryl?
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Was the follow Alize part earlier like a tutorial mechanics teaching thing for follow Erenville that's going to happen? Is this like video game level design happening right now? Maybe.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Kryl? Kryl? Speaking of people keeping secrets, Kryl? Kryl, would you like to explain what's going on? Let's get after him already. We've waited too long as it is. Feels wrong to spy on Erenville, helpful as he's been, but what other choice do we have? Forgive me, my attention has been elsewhere. We were following Erenville, weren't we? Is Kryl still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Did you see which way Erenville went? Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside the Archeon. Come, we can still catch him. Wait. Okay, this is probably a down, like a spiraling path downward. I was confused because the quest is this way. I forgot that it makes sense to not take a direct route by, like, jumping over a cliff, for example. Probably. Definitely wasn't the path intended for getting over here. Seems Y'shtola wishes to have a word with us. We've fallen too far behind, and this damned mist won't help matters. I can still hear it. Kryl, what can you hear? Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is is the Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. I forgot Graha had that. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. I forgot Graha was also, in a different way, a stealth expert, kind of. Hippity hop, my little toads. What? Goodness. The plan is to become frog. Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. I think you should have asked for our permission first. What am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would be to learn anything of note. Sigh. Which reminds me, where the creatures hereabouts, in that form you are essentially defenseless. You've changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. You will return from your transfigured status if you move too far away. Look to the map for the transfiguration's area of effect. Speak with Y'shtola to restore or prolong the transfiguration. Ribbit, ribbit? I would have enjoyed being a toad for a little while, if only for the change of pace, but Y'shtola is right. I'm too preoccupied with other matters. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad and Alley Toad are now accompanying you. Sure. Keep them at your side in order to proceed blah 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 blah, etc. Well, here we go, I guess. I didn't parse I'm a frog until like just now. Because of course she would say that when she's a frog. I think Y'shtola should have asked first. I don't think it's very nice to just abruptly transform someone into a frog. That's true. But she should be nicer. Discuss your surroundings. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit? Alpha Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand that he's telling you this is the wrong way. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Alitoad turns to face the north. Perhaps she's suggesting you cross the bridge. Well. Oh, I can't use the ether compass. Frogs. Surely no one will notice three frogs moving in formation.
More than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work.
Frogs always move in a V-shaped formation, like birds.
So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Nod. Paper.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge.
Our duty is to hit the brakes.
I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
That's not helpful at all.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
Shoutouts to Arianville for being one of the most reasonable people that we've encountered so far recently.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
And promptly ignored, because we all are jerks. Hello. Would you, an expert on animals, happen to realize that something is weird by having 3 frogs being here? Probably.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart.
Of course, Arianville automatically detected.
Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Natural 20 insight and perception. Oh.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
Are you going to say...
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Yeah, exactly. Expert on animal. Toads don't move in a V-shape formation. Arianville's great. I like this guy. Our toad performance needs work, apparently. I'll have to pay more attention to the next time I see one. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived, yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called to action, and the Telophoroi's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever change it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. That seems like a reasonable guess, yeah. Even though they're allegedly elected from all sorts of people in Sharlayan, they're probably mostly just rich jerks, etc. If we happen to cross paths with Arianville again, I should like to thank him properly. A guide of sorts. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them forward further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Kryl for the moment, see what they think of this. I guess nobody's too bothered by temporarily becoming a toad. I guess we know that Y'shtola was not doing anything villainous by doing so. I guess. Weird slime. Bio pellet. Such an enemy name is slightly reminiscent of the Etherochemical Research Facility, from what I can remember, which is a little bit worrying. Where's Kryl? I think we're supposed to be, like, paying attention to that. Yeah, exactly. Where's Kryl? Y'shtola, did you let Kryl leave? It's funny how normal the forest seems now. As a toad, it was all so much more ominous and threatening. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville, then? Yeah, and he knew that we weren't real toads. Because he's very smart at animal. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. Yeah, I would say you should have told Kryl to, like, wait there with you, so that you could keep an eye on her when she was obviously somewhat unwell, in a mysterious way that wasn't understood. But I guess Y'shtola was probably too busy laughing about how she got to turn people into toads to think about good ideas. I mean, the toads were, I guess, a good idea because we got results, but still. Also, there's the quests here. Where were those flowers? Were they over here, I think? Hey, I have no sense of direction. And not a great memory, so... There's Glowy over there. I went up a hill. I don't know if it was the correct hill. It's also difficult to give instructions through the medium of Twitch chat. Perhaps this hill? Go right. I'm guessing you mean this. Probably northwest, east, or south would have been more... would be easier to communicate with how the game works. Hey, Kryl, what's up with these flowers, huh? Kryl?
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Sucro's staring at the... Oh, I missed it.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
I missed Sucro staring at the flower face by like a frame. Yeah, I figured you meant Heidelin when you said she in a vague sense and asked if I was hearing people or
Thank you.
Gasp.
Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Menphilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well.
Is the ethereal sea only in the source, or is it everywhere? Because you're specifying that the ethereal sea, or you're specifying the ethereal sea here. I mean on the source. If I said the first, you're specifying the sea here on the source in a way that grammatically suggests that the ethereal sea to where all life returns is on the source only. But I'm not entirely sure.
Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you.
Okay.
Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will.
Flower.
That bloom.
I'll take that
will be your
screenshot.
Guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
Okay, sure. And yeah, it does make sense for Menphilia to return to this world's afterlife. I'm just asking, it's not super clear to me with how it was phrased. It sounds like there could only be the afterlife in this world. Or it could be that there is an ethereal sea or equivalent in each of the worlds. Which is probably not going to be clarified, I guess.
Together, raise it aloft and let it shine till the end, blinding and radiant.
Okay, I'll put it in my pocket. Yeah, that's what it sounded like, Warpy. That's what, like, it sounded like to me, trying to read it.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away.
It would make sense. That's true. Kyle, you should take a nap, probably.
My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out.
That would be pretty
Even
distracting.
with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go.
That makes sense.
Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower.
I don't think Heidelin can be not cryptic.
Yes, we are definitely making progress.
We have one more flower than we did a second ago. Nod.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Oh. What happened? Oh. Why are you here?
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Frog crimes, yeah. That is true, the anti-tower, like... was close to the life stream. I guess this would be too, because it's underground.
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Oh, that's their two favorite things.
Mistress
at the moment.
Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization.
That is, strictly speaking, entirely true. She did facilitate our entrance into that, and we are assisting her.
We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian.
Ah, the one who was like, students of Baldessian, probably.
Operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
You mean being frogs?
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities.
Except for that part where we were frogs, but you don't know about that.
Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
Other than they don't want us to know the truth, Alphino.
It is not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact.
Do you want to talk about the potential impact of my fist to your face, Fortuno? Because I think it would be kind of painful for you. Well, I'm not the strongest at punching, but Sucro is probably pretty good at punching.
With the world in chaos, we, the true
Maybe.
caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
Your discretion is actively making things worse for a lot of people.
And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case.
Oh.
The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city.
It's time for a trial, huh?
As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha?
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
But he has access to those because he's an Archon. Unless he went into the even more restricted section.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Well, alright then. Sure.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse.
Oh dear.
But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Yeah, time to filibuster. Time for Sucro to get on the stand and start reading some farmers' almanacs. Or whatever. As you do. That's probably a reasonable way to filibuster. Is there any particular reason that the uniform of this... Okay, you're an exception, but a lot of the people in here, except for like one Vieira who can't wear hats because of engine limitations, and that person the camera focused on.
Forgive me. I was careless.
Is there like a particular reason that they all have veils over their faces? I wonder if there's a sort of a symbolic significance to that.
We would have been detained regardless.
In the Forum or something?
This way, at least, we managed to stay together.
Like maybe their faces are obscured because they are supposed to be united as one, as a voice for the people and not individuals or something like that. I don't know. Maybe we'll learn.
I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Nope, I learned nothing of use, says Graha. Probably not. Smile, nod slowly. We also saw...
will come to order.
We also saw this area in the trailer. It's very funny to me that this one Vieira who is in the upper left of the screen just cannot wear the hat that's part of the uniform. And also there appears to be a Lalafell further to the up and left of the Vieira who is so short as to be obscured by the rail in front of them, which is also kind of silly. Probably makes their job a little bit difficult to not be able to see over the railing there. Yeah, it could be an anonymity thing. For that reason.
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings.
Okay. Hey, what's up?
Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work.
We're trying to figure out why you denied assistance.
They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
But the Scions are associated with the students of Baldessian. Also, Kryl took her hood down and is wearing her hair up. I guess you can't wear a hood if you're on trial here? I guess, maybe?
These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large.
We are attempting to stop them. They are going to afflict you as well. You are very silly. Also, there's a Hrothgar also not wearing the hat.
These warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
Your viewpoint aggravates me. You don't understand basic concepts such as you are in danger as well, sir. You're also just choosing your words in order to make everyone side with you,
You have
probably.
tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Oh, hush you. Galuf probably would be on our side.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man.
Yeah.
Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
So we're already talking, all right. We're not taking the silence advice.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front.
Someone's gonna be like, we're not your ally, we're neutral. Just in the back.
Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer?
Yeah, we're just gonna be mad at them instead of being silent.
Preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
When came this revelation?
Is revealing that we know that a good idea? I don't know, probably. I guess it can't get much worse.
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Indeed. Nod.
Then it seems your findings support my own.
And what did you find, Graha? Tell us all.
The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions.
That doesn't sound like it should be restricted?
At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent. the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd.
Oh yeah, you are the perfect person to look into this, having governed effectively a small nation for a prolonged period of time.
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge.
Uh-huh.
The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
I do appreciate how the forum is letting Graha speak about this, at least. Like, no one's just like, no, stop. You're not allowed to talk. Go to jail. Go to the ocean. Go to a boat. Graha's allowed to speak, at least.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
Huh. I said live stream instead of ethereal sea earlier.
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh so important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore.
I guess that's a reasonable way to put it. They value diplomacy this much, so they have to listen to the violence people when they start doing diplomacy. Yeah. Or they could also be waiting for him to slip up, I guess. That's true too.
What would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle?
Explain your vital work so that we can either help you with that, or we can help you plan how to also avert the end of the world.
We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival.
Have you considered that there are books about swords? I got the impression that the choking was him trying to stop himself from saying more, rather than like some sort of magical, like, oops, you said something you're not supposed to. And also, yeah, why keep something so vital a secret? There are many questions here.
Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Hey, that's a line from trailer.
Do as you must, then.
So is this.
For we scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Slightly different line reads of those, but those were lines from trailer.
Such misguided zeal.
Pantomime, yeah. Also, nobody else was there when that was said in the trailer, except for Y'shtola, mostly, I think.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty. I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me.
Hell yeah.
So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Kinda. Who are you? You have a name, you're important.
Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Scholark Monteshane. Okay.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm?
Stop with the philosophical debates and get on with it! Thank you, Monteshane,
By their
maybe.
own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches.
So you acknowledge the doom, that's a good start.
But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
That's also true, that's a very good point. We're just trying to figure out what you're up to.
Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given?
Sucro nodding rapidly. Yeah, gotta read the forbidden book. Yeah.
No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Try explaining yourself. Or yourselves. That might be very helpful. Monteshane seems good.
Have order.
Monteshane seems like a
Master
cool guy.
Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures.
Oh, this universe almost certainly has some of those books somewhere. I mean, it's gotta, right? How can you not?
Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan.
Okay, I'll stop breathing and die then. Wait, no, I can't die either. Crap.
You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates.
However, for the convenience of gameplay, the one known as Sucrofunk will still be allowed to teleport to and from this area and use the various facilities. We can't really do anything about that. She's a cat, I've heard. And also, she cannot be stopped from using an inn or anything of that sort. That doesn't sound very fair, though, like what you've proposed so far.
Let's put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
We need to be fair, so I'm banning you from our entire city. Doesn't seem like a majority from this point of view. Is there someone who's really good at counting the hand raising?
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed.
You didn't look behind you either. Also,
Students, scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
It is a pretty close vote. Doesn't a majority vote typically have to be more than just like a few? I don't know anything about anything, though, so, you know.
Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Hey, this sucks a little bit, I would say. It seems to be. I guess it would depend on a lot of different things. So what have we learned? We've learned vaguely some things about the forum and the individuals within the forum and how they all think, or like what their plans are, but only extremely vaguely. Thank the gods for Skalak Matashane. I absolutely loathe arguing in circles. My father may be right, though I'm still groping in the dark for answers, but I needed him to know that I would never stop searching. I owed that much to Arnvald and myself. You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but do continue to claim the students as your sponsor whensoever the need arises. I believe in the guiding principles of the Scions, and I know my grandfather would have as well. I need to check something. The flower is not in our key items. It is not considered a key item, it is considered a plot event. I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. I was pondering the significance of what I just read as I left the restricted section, and knocked over the security mammoth on my way out. I promise to be more vigilant next time. You just bumped into the security robot and that's why that happened? That's pretty funny, honestly. It's okay, Graha, you actually helped a lot. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city. Well, we can't do anything in the city, though. And our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlayan. We shall have to think very carefully about how we're to proceed from here. Technically, us being told not to do anything in Sharlayan is showing that it's more of a 2 strikes and you're out system, so we can get caught one more time. We can do anything else as long as we don't get caught, right? We can do crime. Oh no. God. Oh dear. They would debate about that for a while, though. I don't think I know enough about politics to state anything in regards to that theoretical debate. But I do know that Godbert Manderville's politics are not good, in my opinion. That was like a side note in one of the Point X patches that we went through at some point. Anyway, Alize has a look of dissatisfaction. Understandable. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? The main problem with Godbert, from what I remember, is he has a very, he has a whole speech about how you can't just give people money because then they'll stop working, so I think I hate him, actually. It's effectively about that. I forget when it is, but it's wrong. And it's a bad point of view. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival come what may. His father's work so vital. I'm like combining words because I'm like reading ahead of what I'm saying, and then like the words fuse together. His father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Yes, apparently. Alphino? Alize, it is you! Oh, it's Emiliance, I think. I actually recognize you instantly, probably, because I've seen you before. When I heard you'd been dragged from before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Nod. Bow. Emiliance Leveilleur, at your service. And you fine people must be the scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. we're all surprised by how different she is from Fortuno, I assume. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortuno are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. The auto caption said Amelia Slovenia? What? You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We will be back at the annex when you're ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure we... Sucro, what do you think? Sucro? The Sucro Funk? Oh, you know me. Emelians knows who I am. What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Nod? Confused? But we must be quick about it, not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Sucro, if you'd be so kind as to escort my children to the estate? And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Cryo laughing. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Okay, bye. I'm sure Alphino thinks nothing of it. He invited classmates over all the time. But I wasn't the most... It was a different time for me, all right? I apologize. My mother's not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Sucro? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine. If we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys. I mean, never mind. The Leveilleur estate is that way, straight down the stairs. Come on. They are now accompanying you. After all we've been through together, 'tis strange to be here with you now, to come full circle and see how much has changed. The Leveilleur estate is in the northern part of Journey's End, just down the stairs from the rostra. Oh, and please don't make a fuss when we get there. It's only a house. Alizé, it's a ridiculously large house. It's not just a house. Alizé, your family is really rich. You probably know this. And you might hate it. Hey, this conversation zone is square, which is unusual. When Alizé and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alphino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment. Came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Oh no. Hello, Emelians. I have brought Alphino and Alizé. And here you are at last. Please do come in. This is ridiculous.
Welcome home, my lady.
Do you There's 10 of them. That seems like a lot of them. Those are some fancy chandeliers. I recognize them from Ableth was stealing everything in this house 3 times. I think the chandeliers are available. Yeah, this is kind of a lot.
What? What are you gawping at?
You're freaking rich! House Leveilleur in all its grandeur. Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed, or just admiring the craftsmanship. Just admiring the craftsmanship. Yeah, you know. It's very well crafted.
Oh, I suppose I never gave the decor much thought. I'm glad that you approve, I think.
That was my evasive let's not make Alizé mad answer. Because it seemed like the other 2 could have made Alizé mad.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit.
Also, the clothing Emiliance is wearing is one of the winter event robes, I think. Which is interesting. That would be a very... You know, this song playing right now is a pretty Undertale type of song, too. Now that you mentioned Toby Fox. It's not dissimilar from the music that plays in your home, or in Toriel's house early on.
And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alizé, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
Oh, is this going to be their new outfits? Are they going to get new outfits now?
We shan't be long.
Is this where Alphino becomes a sage?
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying.
Yeah, a lot happened, Emiliance.
Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations.
Fortuneau probably hated that.
Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid.
Aw.
The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Aw. At least one of them includes Sucro said she was a cat today in the letter. Every single time. They keep a tally. Sucro is surprised by this.
'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them.
Yeah, at this point, we're pretty good friends, I would say. Smile.
Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
The idea of Sucro saying she's a cat being considered as a reassuring declaration is... I like that idea. It's oddly heartwarming. Sure, I'll tell you a story or something. This one time I said I was a cat. And then I said it again. I say that fairly often now that I think about it. Sucro says, not having realized this ever. Just kidding, she probably knows that she says that. Yep, this is their new
When
outfits.
you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect.
That's true. I'm glad you remember that. When you mentioned gifts, I didn't expect metal heels with an accompanying metal cone for balance.
Mother,
I don't know what the deal with that is.
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
I think Emelian's derived, like...
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphinaud.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore.
What, like for climbing or something? I guess so. Emelian's has the power to derive exactly what kind of outfit upgrade is necessary from letters alone.
And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
You seem like a reasonable individual, Emelians. Alphinaud.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I love my practical, Sharlayan device that's on my waist. Whatever this is. I always love to have my Sharlayan device when I leave my house, which I'm doing now soon.
I'm so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
Yeah, you have to change class to Sage. Where's the Newless at? They're there.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphinaud.
The 1.5 foot of loose chain. I guess that's not a very practical thing at all. It is the Newliths.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Gasp.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless.
Yeah. Alphinaud's swiping for Chanel's old weapon is pretty funny.
Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now.
That's also a good point.
And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Also fair, I guess. Sucro is smiling. You ever gonna let these two have different haircuts, though? I think that might be helpful for them as well. Here's your jobstone.
I'm told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb.
There's something funny about making sure Alphinaud gets the jobstone, the soul crystal. And now that you mention it, it probably is pretty important.
The wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
That, unless you count whichever soul crystals the Warrior of Light and/or Darkness gets as being relevant. Also, speaking of that, Sucro's currently obscured by the chat cover. So, but also, even when she's not, it's just like her ears poking up out of the bottom of the screen, and it's very funny. She's also obscured by the captions, but you can only slightly see like her eye and like her eyebrow. It's very funny to have Sucro's ears poking out of the frame like this, or into the frame like this. Yeah. I don't know if that picked up. Alphinaud is as mediocre a healer as a sage as he was before the job change. It's interesting. I'll still let him...
We will, Mother. I promise.
I'm not too bothered by how good or bad the
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion.
I'm not too bothered by how effective healing allies are, I guess. And I think Alphino should get to go into some dungeons as a sage, probably. I can survive, I'm a paladin.
Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance.
Seems like an important clue.
Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words.
Hit him with a sword? Got it. Suka runs out of the door.
Far better that you simply show him.
Oh.
Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Fair enough, I guess.
Oh, Mother.
That's a very Alizé way of doing things.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Yeah. Smile. I prefer to do the story instances of dungeons as slowly as possible to like think about it and like observe it and stuff. So I'm doing single pulls all the time in those. As soon as there's any other players, I'm like going full speed if possible though. And that was that. Only the gods know when we'll be back again. Probably before the end of Endwalker. Or at least in 6.x. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. I told her about how I'm a cat. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice. As will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. So the only problem with all this is that there's a chance that Fortuno will recognize the new lists that were once his, and will think you like broke in and stole them because he seems like the sort to jump to a conclusion like that. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Fortuno has no idea who Ableth is because she is far too good at her job of stealing his entire floor. I've apparently chosen to walk again. I mean, yeah. Emeliance probably wouldn't mind. The thing is that I don't know if Fortuno would jump to the conclusion that Emeliance gave those to Alphino, or if he would jump to the conclusion that Alphino did a crime, or if he would blame Alphino anyway. Given what we've seen of him and his current state of mind, it seems like he would probably use that as ammunition against us. Fortuno has probably never been chill in his entire life. Don't think for a moment that I'm jealous of Alphino's new weapons. They're far more suited to him than me. We left Eorzea in matching outfits, but our styles, both fashion and fighting, have long since diverged. If anything, I'm proud of the differences between us. You should get different haircuts so that people like Estinian don't mix the two of you up as much. Just saying. And by people like Estinian, I think I just mean Estinian, because I don't know if anyone else has done that recently. If I intend to master these sages' armaments, that will mean learning to imbue them with the same ether that I poured into Moonstone and Obsidian. It is difficult to grasp the essence of such an entity. For me, it will help to think of the Newless as allies in battle, simply a new form of the energy which went into manifesting my carbuncle companions. I remember seeing art of, like, Sage Alphino desperately trying to calm down his two carbuncles who were, like, crying because they were replaced. But I guess they're just in the Newliths, because they are beings of ether. For us to feel responsible for the schism of House Leveilleur would be pure hubris. After all, we are merely on the outskirts of what is essentially a family affair. And yet neither can we claim the indifference of strangers. To hear their mother welcome them so warmly was a joy and a relief. I don't think I know Koitsu and Doitsu. As curious as I am to learn the truth of this duty, I wonder what else the Forum is hiding. A calamitous secret whose origin lies in the ethereal sea. Duplicity aside, however, I do not believe that Master Fortuno means us ill. Even the harsh words he had for his children stemmed not from anger, I think, but desperation. I don't know, Graha. I think he's pretty mad. Enjoyed your time with the Leveilleurs, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Hydaelyn is sure to guide us going forward. It's not my key items, though. I'm confident that once we've heard your report from Thavnir, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. And I assume that this is the part where the paths rejoin. That is what we are to do next. Which means that this is probably a pretty good stopping point for today. We have completed the other half of the early expansion branching path. Let's see what Ablethwas and company are up to. Troyan Bracelet of Fending. Okay, we're in 6.x dungeons again. Heirloom Thigh Boots. It'd be really funny if one of them stole from the Leveilleur. Darber Trousers of Striking, another 6.x. That makes sense, I suppose. And Astral Silk Dress Gloves of Casting. Those are from earlier, but still. By the way, that one leather jacket did sell. I have close to 2 million gil now. That's a high number for me. Anyway, this has been Final Fantasy XIV. We completed the investigation of Sharlayan as far as we're able to right now. Which means it's time for Suko to take a nap. And then we'll get to the, Yeah, I was expecting to hit the dungeon next time. Because it's wise to pace myself. Even if there was less in the Sharlayan branch. I didn't know how much time it would take, but it seemed like a reasonable guess that it would take a whole stream, to me. All that said, thank you all for watching. This has been Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. And yeah, next time will be where the branches converge, which will include the first dungeon. And I think we already know what that is. I know what that is because it was said before the game released, and like we've seen stuff. But I guess I won't say just yet. Anyway, thank you all for watching. As usual, if you're interested in various links, they can be found at borealrobin.cardwith2rs.co. There you can find various links to social media and donation stuff. You can also follow or subscribe here if you're not already doing that, and I would appreciate any of that. But I also appreciate you being here and viewing the stream and watching the stream, which is the same thing as viewing it, and so on. So yeah, thank you for all that. And thanks for watching is thank you in general, I guess, for watching and being here and all that. Anyway, stumbling through words aside, have a good rest of your night or day. I will see you at the next stream, which